We are in the process of working on a mining rig for the moon, one that can be deployed from the space station, travel to moon, get ore, return to the station, have it refined, refuel itself, and use minimal delta V and minimal fuel while doing so. Somebody had asked previously if taking the ore to space was efficient, and the reason that we do that is because there we do multiple things with the ore. And while yes, we could build a base on the moon that does that, I tend to find that being in orbit is actually more physics friendly. Go ahead and load up our miner that we were working on, our prototype. And I am going to need some more engineers because I discovered that the experience level of engineers is critical to the success of a mining operation. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, they made getting experience on this ridiculously difficult. And I butchered the spelling of the word hauler. I'm doing good over there. Now we're using a pebble bed reactor and a thermoelectric generator. We'll need a better radiator than what we got. Each weigh about 0.1 tons or 0.04 or even less. And one of the things we discovered is that in order for you to have an efficient hauler, you actually need to have turbo on board. Too big. That looks good. Delta TWR2 is pretty decent. Plenty of monofront. Hey, Space Cat. Hey, Kudo. Welcome to the stream. We're going to need an engineer with as many stars as we can get. Ow! Telling you she has been catnapped by the commander. All right, good fella. I'll let you go. Watch out. I'm not just coming over your way. Now what we need to do is see how fast this model can fill this tank. My objective is a 1-day supply time. At 0.1 a second, it's not doing too bad. And objective reached. Within 3 hours, it can fill itself. And that's with a 1-star engineer on board. So we can now revert flat. Back to vehicle assembly, we'll remove the cockpit. This thing's ready to go. We want to put this in 4-way mirroring in line with these legs, because that's where the thrusters on the bottom are located. Now the other thing these things are going to need is a decent antenna. Away. Too big. We'll take something small and wait, we already got one on here. What about that? Okay, so we have our comms. We'll actually rig this to our deployed position. And we will also add an engine shutdown toggle for the external engines. So instead of setting the thrust limit at 10, we'll set it to 20 since I'm working with a much larger craft. Or the center column engine, which acts as our maneuvering engine. I think we're done. All right, let's go up to our space station. Originally, I've been completely against using these to fuel up, wanting to use them for something else. I've determined that we already have hexaborane on. Hexaborane, we can fix that. Do we have any HTP? About liquid ammonia. Oops. Need to turn the reactor off for a second. Hey Jade, I finished the ore extractor. Now if I could figure out why I can't transfer fuel between these tanks. Maybe both sections have to be green. Hey Jade, any idea why I can't transfer between these two tanks? Anyway, I know how to empty out the monopropellant. I can find the monopropellant. Come on, mark it. That's a lot of monopropellant. Yeah, I was trying to change these tanks. I forgot the reactors on and pumped a little bit of extra stuff in here, and I can't seem to get rid of it. That is being a pain in the butt. But my understanding is you're supposed to be able to transfer between fuel tanks with a like type. It's like it's not recognizing it at all. Maybe if I turn that off. Nope, still not doing it. Yeah, I'm already doing that. I'll right click first one, I'll right click second. We'll just do right click, then I'll right click. Nope, no change. Let's reload the craft, maybe it'll do it. Maybe some sort of transfer lock that I'm not aware of. What I'm trying to do, Jade, is I'm looking for the fuel taps we don't have. I'm trying to make the top tanks on some of those be those fuel taps so that we don't have to worry about bringing up entirely new containers for them. There is about 3 or 4 fuel taps that apparently are not on the station that I could actually include in these tanks. Like Extradone or something like that, and HTP and Hydrazone. And the eternal quest to turn this thing into a giant gas station. And then what we would do is lock out the top from use and only use the bottom tanks for actual fuel reserves for moving the station, if we decide to move every tank with it. All right, take 2. If that helped any. Nope. Still cannot transfer between these tanks for whatever reason. I wonder if it's because they're not directly connected. Let's see. There's our solution. They're not directly connected. And there, we just consumed all the monopropellant on board that extra tank that I needed to change by doing stupid stuff. Alright, so this one will be our liquid ammonia since we don't have any liquid ammonia present. I don't think we have any hexaborane either. You would think so, but they're not tethered by fuel lines, Jade. So it actually, I think it does matter because of that. They're not actually, they're separated by stage separators, see? They're staging. Speaking of which, to make sure I never accidentally... Can I remove those from staging? Oh, there's an enable crossfeed option. That was our problem. Yeah, I hadn't said enable crossfeed because I originally thought we were going to get rid of these tanks, and then we ended up bringing them all the way to Moon. I was like, oh my god, the storage space. I wish there was a way to unstage to decouple. I don't want to ever accidentally hit that. What I think I want to do is I'm just going to put a bunch of engines in the way in case I ever accidentally hit the space bar by accident, and that way I won't accidentally separate the entire thing apart. Alt L to lock all staging. Excellent, thank you. Did not know that trick. Now I don't have to worry about it anymore. Alright, all crossfeeds enabled. Now it's all acting as one unified craft. I think we may have run out of room on the resource list for all the stuff that we're trying to carry. Because it's no longer populating the extra pieces. There, now people can actually see what I'm looking at without the chat text being in the way. Well, this one has fuel in it still. Oh, it's making the mirror on the top when they're not full. That's probably a good thing. Already transferred. Already transferred. Already transferred. Already transferred. So let's see what we got up here now. I think I want to make the top tanks all hydrazine and HTP because those are the most likely rocket fuels we'll see other than oxidizer, liquid fuel, and monopropellant. Of course, if that ends up not being the case, we end up getting something completely different coming up. We can always change those things out, as long as they're not full yet. And we actually need all these tanks open because we're going to start refueling this station. Alright, all the tanks are open. Now for the fun part. First off, what's the level of our engineer? I think he's a max. Yep, okay. He will fill up this crap quick. I turned on the wrong one there, not liquid fuel. We want liquid fuel and oxygen. Alright, now we need to check this thing. It needs a high fuel priority. Alright, we're going to need a reload of ore soon, so I just finished creating our extractor. We got to build it. We got loads of rocket parts, 6,277 now available to construct with. And we can get rid of the old Haulier, one that we got the name spelled wrong on. Oh, we've got a problem. No uranium nitride here. That means no power on board. Back to the spaceplane hangar. We got to change out reactors. We're going to use the same reactor that's used by the station. Then we'll have some uranium on board, and one of the things we could possibly do is look to extract uranium from Moon also. We'll need a special miner for that though. Actually, we may not. It's a universal drill. No, it's not a universal drill that we're using either. It's those other drills. Let's see if we can get a universal drill on it. If we can, then we could possibly extract radioactive materials that we need also, and use this thing not only as a miner, but as a delivery vehicle for heavy, high-value power supply. Did we send that up with Uranite? Let's take a look and see. Anything with uranium on it on your list? Come on, load up. No, it's huge, but load up. I originally did not have the enriched uranium on board, just the UF4 and the TH4. We did not send it up with any uranite. Alright, so that means we will need 2 uranite containers on board the hauler. Hey, Rocket, welcome aboard, man. I'm in the process of working on a hauler to extract ore from Moon and bring it up to the station for refining and processing. Here we are. UF4 TH4 manufacturer. Requires thorium and liquid fluorine. That's a fairly sizable reactor piece. So that one has the ability to do fluorite processing and monzonite. We'll need one of these on the station to do full uranium processing. This one does just about everything. That may be the one we need. This one converts between liquid states and gaseous. Our Rototron. Motor from the carousel. Oh, this must be, I'm guessing this is part of Infernal Robotics. Yep, Magic Smoke Industries, definitely Infernal Robotics. So it's not actually a refinery. We're going to need this. Unfortunately, that will greatly increase our craft weight unless we deploy it separately and attach it to the station with the tug, which is something we may just have to do. Come on. Stay up so I can see what the properties are. That's weird. It does not want to right click. Say right click. There we go. Yeah, we definitely need one of these on the station, but we're going to need this as well. So we'll start off with the simple ore extractor first. We need to make sure this thing has a reactor that'll work. With the current supply of fuels, we know that we don't have any uranium nitride on the station, but we do have some UH4 and TH4, so we will get rid of that. And we will use the pebble bed instead. Or the molten salt, I should say. There we are. Slightly angled. There we go. That looks like it's straight up and down. Now all I want to do is verify that it has enough power to run the drill, so we know that it'll extract enough ore fast enough. An engineer of 1 star can refill the tank on this, the ore tank on this, in exactly 3 hours of work. So a 5 stars, it could probably do it in about an hour, maybe 30 minutes. I'd actually conceivably need a slightly bigger ore tank to make the trips more efficient. And it's got plenty of delta V right now, and it could probably do a little bit extra weight. As long as we don't overwhelm the thrust to weight. Rocket, any suggestions on a good thrust to weight ratio for getting off the moon and getting up to a 100-kilometer orbit with a reasonable amount of speed? Not have to worry about colliding with the ground guard. Okay, we are getting megajoules and electrical charge. Above 2? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing. This is a power check just to make sure it's going to have enough power to run all 4 drills with the smaller reactor. And from what I'm seeing, there is no problem. Alright, so power test is good. .900 TWR. Alrighty. So let's see, what is our TWR right now? It's just a little bit below 2, not too bad. We'll bring these up slightly in caliber. I can sacrifice a little delta V efficiency for some larger engines. Maybe I'll bring up to the full scale size 1. Yep, there's 1 meter. TWR is almost 3, so let's see if we can do a larger size tank now. Ooh. Too big. Too small. We'll try for 1.75. Let's see what it does on a full ore load. Just slightly larger. Perfect. Okay, we're matched up to our ideal specifications. Dump the ore. Save. How many ore parts? 4,000. It's going to take up a good chunk of our current part load on the station. Well, these have an alternate mode. There's like an overburn mode that sheds delta V in favor of higher braking. You don't want to use it too often, though. Fuel dumps are not good. Alright, back to the station here, and we can go ahead and send this thing to the surface because I want to get our fuel supply and our rocket parts going, which means we need ore. Ore, lots of ore. Then once we get enough ore going, we'll start working on adding some refinery parts to the station that will let us do the nuclear fuel refining and put up a uranium recovery drone, just like the Orlander here, except with radiation tanks. And a different drill type. We'll have to use the universal drill, which means we may need more power. Yeah, I'm using a lot of mods rocket. Makes it a little bit unstable at times, but it's fun. And the near future stuff and the interstellar stuff is kind of awesome. This, I'm actually using Interstellar Venture. There are 4 star systems out there, and my long-term goal in this stream is to get an orbital station at each of those stars that can deploy all the equipment they need. So basically go to a star, find a body without an atmosphere, Deploy the pieces that you need from the station to operate the station in orbit while continuing to expand its operations, and use the station itself as a forward operating base, like an extension of the Space Center. Now, the only problem is that you can't create crew on a station. So I'm going to have interstellar faster than light transport craft to move crew between the systems. Yeah, it does. But I'm actually trying to make this very complicated for myself, despite the fact I'm using these advanced mods. I'm trying. My focus is not as much getting to and from places. It's building the infrastructure. Yeah, I don't know if my PC will handle it, quite frankly. we're going to find out, though. I don't know how big the save file it can tolerate is. Alright, so what's the production time on this baby? Okay, we got the UF4 we need. Yep, we got all the components we need, so this can be built. "10 days till it's complete." So we will leave that to manufacture. Even if you have, what, thousands of craft in the rocket? Plus, I'm likely to end up with that at this rate. Let's see here. So we have a Kerbal who is sitting in his command seat over here that we retrieved from the surface earlier, and we need to see what he is. I have no idea what this guy is. We recovered him from the moon. When we switched from, like, the old version to 1.3, we lost a lot of our some of our mods. And when we did that briefly, we did get them back eventually, but there were some missions where the cockpits for the stranded Kerbals just vanished. And when that happened, the missions for them went invalid, and basically they ended up getting canceled. This guy was on one of those missions. He was still on the moon, but his cockpit wasn't there anymore. And so the mission was gone. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to keep him because he was the reward for that mission. And my only question is how well does the Kerbal loading system handle save files that big? I've never gotten one that has been, very extravagant, but this one's definitely going to have one that extravagant. Alright, so we now officially have him on board. Now the question is, does he cease to exist, like Father Nanners did? Nope, he's still here. And he is a pilot. Well, we've been able to do that consistently and repeatedly with no trouble, and I don't plan on adding any more mods for the very reason I don't want to make the parts list any bigger. Unless they're, functional mods like graphics components. Alright, so we gotta wait for that to build. In the meantime, we have what coming up? Maneuver for Kerbal. What do we have for missions? Duna, Eve, position satellite in polar orbit of the moon, new unmanned probe that has antenna and power. That would be a great excuse to build a power relay for the moon. Anything we can do that's faster than that? Let's see. A geosynchronous orbit of Kerbin. That also could be a good use for a relay station. EVA report. These are all MEMA's EVA crew reports. We need to really upgrade Minmus' station into a dockyard. That's going to require delivering one of these pieces here to that station and having an engineer attach it at the top, just like this one is. Actually, no. We're going to have to put a whole new station around Minmus because the station that's currently present there does not even have a construction workshop. And that means that it is completely out of date. If I could get one of these to Minmus, we could do all that. So question, how many part counts do we have? Because this thing could easily go to Minmus by itself. Extract ore and deliver it to Kerbin from Minmus. We can do that one too. That will require an upgraded version of the miner. Another satellite and carry it geosynchronous. So we got 2 geosynchronous orbit missions. I have an auto backup system, Rocket PC Gaming, that every 2 hours or so auto saves my persistent save file in a backup folder separate from the standard Kerbal save folder. I strongly recommend it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a clone of this lander here at this station, and then we're going to send it to Minmus so that it can help with the landing missions on Minmus. But we'll have to do that in 10 days after that one's done. I need another dockyard is what this is. I am totally out of space. I am going to need another orbital dockyard. We need to put one around Kerbin. Rocket PC Gaming, how do you feel about being an engineer in my campaign? Because I am in desperate need of some engineers. Especially experienced engineers, and I happen to know that you are one. Yeah, I do. I have made a backup copy of the entire game data folder. I don't think there is, unfortunately. I'm not sure. I don't think I have that mod. Rocket Guy with the host, bringing over 49 viewers. Epic, sir. Thank you very much. And welcome aboard to all his streamers. I'm about to add Rocket PC Gaming in as an engineer on the crew. I think I may add Rocket Guy as an engineer as well. I'll put you guys in the same module, send you up on the same station so you can build lovely craft in orbit for me. I don't. He bought over at least 49. I'll put it that way. The awesome rocket jockeys. Alright, so let's get this dockyard loaded, and we need to get the Kerbals on it. Well, first we need to create the Kerbals we need, so let's do that first. Okay, I want to give you guys a pop quiz. First person who gets it. Let's see, what kind of award could I give for that? Let's just see who can guess it. What career am I in my campaign? What career is my Kerbal? Does anybody know? Anybody have a guess? Nope, not scientist. Gotta do this right. To Rocket Guy. Nope, not engineer. Not pilot. I ended up a tourist. The game abducted me before 1.3 came out. Before 1.3 came out and crashed the mods, I had this one to allow me to hit a button to draft people from the game, but I didn't realize it also automatically drafted people to missions. And so it drafted me to a mission, and because I didn't know it did that, and I ended up being a tourist on one of my own missions. Real story. Okay, so we now have Rocket Guy and Rocket PC on part of the crew, and they're going to man the Kerbin Dockyard. Well, I guess I gotta load the craft first here. I'm gonna have to make some tweaks to this before we send it up to make sure it has all the fuel types on board that I want. Because you can never have enough fuel types. Not when you're playing Interstellar. You never know what's going to be docking. First expansions, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. I think we may change the top design a little bit too. I've discovered having two scrappers is kind of redundant, but having two outside. Having two scrappers is kind of redundant, but having two dockyards would not be. Oh, that's going to require a much larger fairing. It's definitely going to need one given its shape. It looks like a giant. Yeah, that's a giant atmosphere catch, is what that is. Wow. Why won't it go out? Might need to use a bigger fairing cover. Yeah. Where is the cover? Where's cover? Cover. Oh, they're under payload now. I forgot about that. That will hopefully cover it. Come on. This thing is being very... Ah, there we go. Very resistant. Alright, so now I have 2 functional dockyards. I could even remove those and put more docking ports on in space and then extend them with additional sections beneath them, because these can be removed by engineers. They'll float off to the side, and you can slap another Lampatron on it, and then, yeah, just keep building out. Alright, there were some other modifications I wanted. Resources. We needed some radiation tanks on board. I've already added enriched uranium on board. But that's the final product. We might need some room for some uranite. Look at this resource list, people. Or as close to it as I can get, Jade. Oh god, those are huge. Okay, that's good. Unfortunately, it only contains enriched uranium. I need something else. Something besides enriched. By resource chart, you're in my way. I need small drums, people, not these massive fuel drums. Just enough to contain it to keep the reactors going. That's all I need. Let's see, maybe I can resize them. Yep, okay, good. Downscale. I don't even think actinides are fuel. They're waste. Plutonium and thorium and THF4. Alright, there's uranium. Oh, uranium is enriched U. Okay. Uraninite is the raw unreformed form, or unrefined form. UF4 is a processed form, and so is uranium nitride. Can I get any smaller than these? I don't think I can. Okay, so we'll bring these down to the reactor. They won't connect to the reactor. Okay. What's their total weight? And how much is it full? So dry mass is 0.47, full mass is 9 tons. Ooh. Let's see if they're all 9 tons. UF4 total mass is 4.5 tons. Well, that's another problem. Even if you mirrored them 4 ways, they wouldn't be in balance. Can you edit tanks on these? I don't think you can. Let me double check. Nope. That uses the IFS fuel switch. We may have to refuel the nuclear craft manually by taking deliveries up instead of keeping a supply on the station. The supplies are simply too heavy. Alright, we're going to go with what we got. It looks good. We got 2 dockyards instead of 1, which allows us to do multiple craft. 2 tanker ports, 2 of each of the docking port sizes. Enough rocket parts to really start a good initial assembly line, and the ability to extend the rocket part tank size once we get to orbit. Good ore load. What's our initial rocket part count? 1,600. Can we convert any of these tanks to partial rocket count? Let's see. %, fuel. Actually, we won't do that on the core. Or on these external tanks. We'll do that on the internal tank, which is the last stage. The other thing I want is for these to cross feed. We'll decouple these coupler staging. That way I can do these manually 1 by 1 instead of losing all the tanks at once, which could be problematic since we may want to keep their storage. Okay, there's the center tank. So what I want to do is I want to take these out and use 90% LFO. And then we're going to go to materials kit. Whoa, that was supposed to be LFO. Changed on me. Kill that. Alright, switch out to materials kits. Your components. And we will take up a full load of rocket. No, we won't take up. Yeah, we'll take up a full load of rocket parts too. Oops. Didn't mean to grab that. D. D. Come on, game, catch up to me. Thing's so big, the assembly building does not like it at all, even when it's outside. Come on, make the change. One misclick, that's all it takes, stalls the whole thing. And one more Control Z. Put those things back where they belong. I got a full load of rocket parts on board now. Make sure our Delta V and TWR haven't gone too low. It doesn't look like it has. So we are good to go. Crew the Kerbals. We need a pilot. 2 scientists in the construction workshop, and we do not have scientists. We're about to go get those. Anybody want to volunteer to be a scientist? Oh wait, I know what we can do. Since we plan on retiring the other station anyway in orbit, we can transfer the crew between them and just move the scientists that are currently on board there over to this lab. And it'll remain inactive until it gets its science crewing. The toilet is probably in the construction workshop because I'm sure the engineers have come up with some exotic way to get the waste out of the craft. Rocket Guy, Rocket PC Gaming, toilet mechanics is on you. Oh god, this is a monster. Wonder what altitude I want to set this one at. Thinking 500 kilometers might be a good one. Oh, what a glorious monstrosity it is. And ignition in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it does take a little bit to get moving at first. Go, baby, go. Steady as she goes. We have some warming on the radiator panels on the reactor. That is completely normal. Now, once we get this thing into orbit, we're going to have to do a crew swap. So we have a recovery craft up there that for the longest time has been meant as an emergency rescue vehicle. It is going to serve instead as a crew swapping vehicle. And then we are going to deorbit the old station as well as the old... Well, actually, we'll leave the rescue vehicle at the main station here because it can be useful again. Solid booster separation in roughly 8 seconds. Throttling back some due to atmospheric resistance. Resistance is ended, going back to full throttle. We have cutout on main boosters, jettisoning boosters, clean separation. Yes, they do, Jade. And if I had the center column going using hydroplasma, that's red. So you get red, white, and blue. Alright, we're going to start a little bit of a lean here, not much we want. I think we'll wait to 30. It's acting a little wobbly on that lean. Doesn't seem to like it. Indeed. Fires of patriotism. Alright, we're looking good for our roll now. We have an apoapsis at 140 meters. I want to try to see if we can set our orbit at 150. Now, I mentioned that this thing flies like a whale. Rotation is not wanting to stop. That's funny. Come on. Pull up. Oh, goodness. Taking the main engine just a little and use their gimbal to pull this thing back up. It'll help with equalizing the orbit anyway. We'll go ahead and jettison the fairing now that we're free of atmosphere. Fairing's clean and away. Changing over to our hybrid plasma engines. More efficient. Way less PWR. almost does nothing. It's so heavy. Pretty much. It's running off nuclear power and basically passing the inter mode of passing the LOX through particle acceleration, ionization. Plasma state. Turning off the monoprop at this point because it's really a waste to have it on. Oh, I'll have no problem making orbit, trust me. Because what's going to happen as soon as I hit apoapsis, I'm going to kick over to dump mode again. This is just to minimize the amount of dump mode that I have to use. The ion side of the engine is about 10 times weaker than its primary mode. 10 times, a factor of 10 weaker, because the fact it's using ion-based propulsion rather than burning it. Even it's doing a pretty good job getting it to where it needs to be. We are almost at apoapsis. Switching modes. Here comes the kick. Okay, 5 times, not quite 10, but close. About half 10. See? No atmosphere. Now I just got to fine-tune the orbit. We will orbit lock. This thing does have one thing on board that the other station did not have. It has enriched uranium, which means that it can refuel the other reactor types. It can't refuel, well, it can also refuel the same reactor type that it's currently using from its own supply. Just not something you want to do very often, because eventually you'll, scrap the station's power. That would be bad. Alright, we are going to now equalize the orbit, circularizing one more time. Hopefully we'll get an exact match around 151 is my goal. Cut. Cut. Okay, good enough. I'm within 4,000 meters. This is a good altitude. I don't think we have anything in this orbital window. Negative. We do not have anything else in this orbital window. Okay, going normal. This thing still has 4,000 delta V in the center column that hasn't even touched. And we're going to do the same thing we did with the well, it burned evenly. You'll have to empty all the tanks manually again. That would be a pain. We'll do that later. I'm going to change those to top tanks on the outer tank sections to contain hexaborane and HTP, another fuel type that we can use on some of our craft. Alright, we are now in normal position. And there she is, Dockyard Kerbin. Hello, Lego Car 64. Welcome aboard. Alright, now one of the things we wanted to do that we weren't able to do on the moon because it's busy building something is to deploy a lander for Minmus. There's a station at Minmus it can refuel at, so we'll go ahead and start constructing that here. Now this one only requires a very small amount of rocket parts because of the fact that it is, well, a very cheap and inexpensive piece of equipment. Also, we need to rename this pad. Now we're going to build a second one, and we're actually going to keep it. It's going to stay here with this station. It'll serve as this station's personally assigned tugboat. Alright, we got multiple craft in construction in orbit around Mun and around Kerbin. So now that we have that in progress, we can go ahead and let's go to our Kerbal Observatory because that's going to have a window in 6 days. Now, believe it or not, these two craft we're constructing are actually part of an ongoing mission. So this craft is actually a mission craft, even though it's not actually fulfilling a specific mission role. It is building the craft that are going to fill the mission role. So we basically deployed a dockyard into Kerbin orbit to make the craft to do the other missions. But this is a permanent installation now. It'll be able to build who knows what for whatever we need in the future for an in the inter-Kerbin system. Beautiful view. Oh, there's the Demon Star. There's Moon. There's the other Demon Star. Alright, we can go ahead and start our reactor refining. Well, let's go ahead and lock out these top tanks. We don't want them picking up even more liquid fuel and oxygen. Wow, this thing is really lagging for some reason. Could it be because I have a bazillion part craft here? Come on. Lock it up. Ah, things drove me nuts. And that one's already locked. Just this one last one. There we go. Alright, all those are locked up, so now we can start refining actual fuel and monopropellant to replace what we've lost. And let's see, is there anything else we need to turn on? Oh yeah, these guys to make more rocket parts. We're going to use up this initial ore load that we brought up with us very quickly. Because we're using it to both make fuel, liquid fuel oxidizer, and additional parts. And we're also going to need a scrap metal tank and a scrap ore refiner for when we finish with the scrap. Because what happens is when you refine ore to make rocket parts, you create scrap metal. That scrap metal can be refined by an ore smelter back into regular metal, which can make more rocket parts. And we also brought up an initial load of I think, just straight metal. Yep. This metal can be used to make rocket parts, and that's what it's converting right now into rocket parts whenever it's not converting ore. Alright, so now that we got that doing its job, tracking station, we have a maneuver node coming up. 6 days, we're going to go ahead and hit that. Good morning, Andy. Good to see you, sir. And Rocket PC Gaming, if you don't mind, since I know who you are and I know you're a really good streamer, I'm going to go ahead and make you a mod on this channel. You can help me manage things if things get out of hand. Let's see, who else is here that I know that's been here a while? You guys are kind of new. Alright, we have a lot of junk to recover. These are the boosters that fell into the ocean. So we will just grab those. Make sure we don't grab anything else by accident. Okay, just keep tuned in then. Best turn to dust and you become a regular. Who knows? Oh yeah, I wanted to work on relay satellites. We can do that while that 6 days is passing instead of just blowing through it. All right, so back to the Space Center. We've got to do a whole new design here. We've got an infrared and microwave broadcaster, which I will show you shortly. And we're going to need a relay system for them. And we may also want to consider putting an actual power plant in orbit itself. Maybe a fusion generator based one. Turn to dust. Thank you for the follow, sir. We must be getting near the 3-hour marker for our stream because everything's starting to slow down, and that's usually a sign we're about to hit the memory leak wall. Who is that? QWERTY Yuyo Pastifka. Where do you go? I know what that is. That's the keyboard. QWERTY. So this is our current beam power arrangement. We have a 1.8 megawatt infrared beam here. That appears to be powering down for some weird reason. We're running out of megajoules. And we have a 1.5 megawatt microwave reactor. This probably needs to be retired and replaced because these generators are way out of date. So I'll say the first thing to do will be to replace this. This is old. It is no longer producing power like what we can produce. So we're going to recover this vessel. We have fusion now. We got fusion a few days back, but we haven't really had a practical application for it. But there is one major practical application, and that is improving the mobile power plant. Should also hopefully make it a little wider. This thing is massive. Then we have yet another follow, Ethan T. Walkery. Thank you very much. So here is our base power plant design. This is the old one. We're going to have to make a Mark II. So my thoughts are we jack all this and get rid of it. This is the core cart. Very simple, basic design. Just design, propel it. Although I don't know why we have the liquid fuel and oxidizer on there still. Those are totally unnecessary. I think I did it to give it some weight to keep it from tipping. Okay, so let's see. We got a new set of reactors. Find those fusion bad boys here. We got the spherical tomahawk as a candidate. The magnetized target fusion reactor is a candidate. So those are our two candidates. Let's see how strong they are according to their notes. This one has 1.3 gigawatts of thermal power, and the other one is at 3 gigawatts of thermal power. So this is our winner. Yeah, these are the fusion. These are the fusion bad boys. Do they have enough ground clearance is the real question. I may have to upgrade to a slightly larger landing gear. These are already mediums. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll shift them up. Okay, so the next thing we need to know is our center of mass. That's where I thought it would be. Shift this forward. Now, the one thing you desperately need when you have a reactor like this is the proper amount of cooling. So we will go to the thermal section. And then we're going to check KSPIE and see what it says about our cooling. How much cooling does it say it needs? Oh, the other thing it needs, thermoelectric generator. In fact, we're probably going to have to use electric as the initial connect point. Rotate the assembly. Center mass is still pretty good. It's near towards the center of the structure. That's where we want it to be. How much does it say it needs for cooling here? How much waste heat do you generate? That's what I need to know. Ooh, it can be scaled down eventually. I don't think we can yet. We don't have advanced fusion. Nope, we're stuck at 5 for right now. Core temperature can get to 1,600 degree Kelvin, or yeah, 16,000 degrees Kelvin. That's quite a bit of heat. I'm not sure if that's how much we need to dissipate. Doesn't really say. I think we're probably okay with that, yeah, with that heater there. I think I was informed that this has a times 10 multiplier, or times 100. If that's the case, then we've got more than enough to cool it at that size. Okay, so we also need a battery which can carry the production. Fortunately for us, the batteries are surface connectable, so we can just toss it right on the end of the thermoelectric. And almost good alignment, almost perfect. Beautiful. That could even help me connect some other stuff up to it. Okay, where's our nose? Where's our intake for our jet engines? Missing. Oh, that's because on the old craft I actually had on the... Well, that's what we need to put an intake on here. This thing may be a little heavy. The next thing we need to do is a means of broadcasting the power. Got plenty of receivers. We need transmitters. Transceiver. Needs to be directly connected to any beam generator. Wow, that is a huge array. Let's see, structural. Now we want the lowest atmospheric absorption because of the fact that if we don't have it and we're in atmosphere, it's going to cause problems. So we're going to use long infrared. Good night, Teague. Yeah, all this, most of this stuff is from Interstellar, the stuff relating to power, beaming power. That's all Interstellar. Receivers, beam producers. This one has one built into it. I'm not sure how this one works. Looks like it's static. I think we're going to use the same format we did with the other. I don't like the concept of risking something not working. So we will go ahead and put our standard beam laser on the front. And we will put our microwave transducer on the rear, just like we had before. Okay, where's the weight centered at? Because that's going to be a very important question. And what is our TWR currently with the current load? It doesn't say. We should have some liquid fuel on here. We do. And we have these, so... Oh. There we go. No atmosphere on Moon. Jet engine won't work. No thrust. TWR is 1. That is acceptable, so we will save. Just making sure we haven't the fusion mode. No, we'll do deuterium, tritium. I have no idea how much power this is going I'm expecting 3 gigawatts, but I got a funny feeling due to the inefficiency of the conversion of energy to the generator that we will probably come up with a little bit less than. Ooh, I forgot, we had a Stellarator too, but it's all the way at the bottom of the list. I need to check that out also. I think that one does 6. We'll just see what it produces, and then if it doesn't produce enough, we'll go back and we'll put a Stellarator on. Actually, I think we can stack the Stellarators. They're kind of flat. And ladies and gentlemen, the memory leak finally caught up to us. I'm going to have to restart Kerbals. So we will take a 5-minute intermission while Kerbals reloads. Because it just CTD'd. Fortunately, we saved our craft. I'm going to go grab some soda and a snack, and I will return in just a moment. Okay, so that wasn't a full 5 minutes, but I'm not entirely back yet, but I'm still free to talk. So, my wife made spaghetti for us tonight. Absolutely delicious stuff. And I'm the type of guy who likes his spaghetti plain. In other words, I'm weird. But that makes for a great snack late night. Once all the spaghetti's, with the pasta and the meatballs has been eaten. How are you not following me? I have no idea, Loopy. Sometimes I forget to follow myself. You know those days you just leave your head behind on the mantle and walk outside and just look up at the sun and like, what am I doing today? I forgot. But one of my favorite midnight snacks when my wife fixes spaghetti is just plain noodles, plain cooked noodles with a little bit of iodized salt. I think it's some of the tastiest stuff ever made. Yay, starch and carbs! Yeah, totally done that. That's me like every other Friday after a long, hard work week. You know what I find so great about Twitch? I love being able to come home, spend time with people who I have a common interest with, and entertain them playing the things that I love to do the most. This Twitch is probably the best thing to ever happen to hobbyists. Pause. Just put yourself out there and make contact immediately with people who are doing the same thing you are. I prefer my noodles without the butter. Just plain, good old boiled noodles. I'm crazy enough that I'll actually try to eat some of the spaghetti noodles before they're even cooked. I love hard spaghetti sticks. No, crazy old gamer, it appears to be working on my end. I'm picking up the feed okay. Anybody else having that where you're just getting a spinning wheel for the stream? COG, that may be your streaming settings. Depending on which browser you're using, you may have to increase your Adobe Acrobat cache size. I think Firefox still uses Adobe. And whenever I'm on YouTube, I sometimes have to turn it up. Yeah, Loopy, I find that too. Twitch is great for finding new games. It's also great for finding out which games you don't want to play. And who is that joining us? Veleron 2008, now following. Thank you very much. You would have never tried KSP without Twitch? Man, that would have been a tragedy. This game is the most addictive game on the planet, I think, right now, until something better comes along. And it's really going to be hard to best Kerbals. Try reloading your browser, crazy old gamer. Just close it out, reopen it, and rejoin the channel. See if it comes back. But for most people, that fixes it. Sometimes it's just Twitch having a fit. Sometimes it's your browser. Sometimes it's the network between you and Twitch. By the way, I've discovered what was causing all the pixelation in the Neverwinter streams that I've been doing. It was where I was trying to stream in like 1080, and Twitch unfortunately only lets partners do that. You can't really get above 3,500 bit rate until you're a partner. So I cut back to the proper bit rate, and now we're broadcasting in 720, but I haven't noticed a difference other than that the image has improved and the broken pixels have gone away. I mean, I think it looks gorgeous now. I think you're seeing it as I'm seeing it now. I'm the same way, turned to dust. If I want to do something that relaxes me, I play Kerbals. Or City Skylines. City Skylines is a close sim, a good quality sim as well. It's great to relax to. Mostly its music will put you to sleep. You'll be sitting there building, and then slowly over time you'll just feel yourself starting to drift off because the music is so slow. Yep, that's what I got it set to, Loopy. Actually, I got it set slightly faster than 30. I got it set on 48. But it's doing great. Yeah, I heard that, Loopy. That's one of the reasons I throttled down some. We are almost back up and running. They're cutting the funding. That's going to hurt. We need to lobby the Kerbals for more funding. You know what will be great if they actually, in some future version of KSP, if they actually did put the lobbying and government side of the running a space program into it. Although I think for some people that actually try to work with the government bureaucracy or a government bureaucracy would be much more headache than they'd ever want to handle. Like, do you really want to understand what it's like to run a space program? 90% of it involves dealing with other people. Oh, I'm only coming through at 30. Good to know, Loopy. I'll actually tone down my FPS then for the next stream. And maybe that'll actually give me some more CPU to run Kerbals with. Okay, let's go relaunch that reactor station. Actually, before we send it out, though, I want to check the Stellarator against the Tokamak and see which one's the better fusion generator. Well, I could give you my theory, Teague, but it's not very Kerbal friendly. It involves a lot of crashes over several centuries of their space program, leaving it colored in their blood. How grim is that? Oh, Doc, that's clever. You mafioso, you. We will turn the rockets on the government if they do not give us funding. They will have to pay us protection money to keep us from launching our missiles. Alright, so we had Power Station 2. Five gigawatts. This one is actually more powerful. Question, can it be scaled? No, it cannot, and it is huge, but I got an idea. We may need slightly bigger wheelbase. Yeah. I've gone off the deep end, Jay, on my design for this power station. I might be overbuilding it. Just maybe, slightly overbuilding it. That's a Stellarator. And no, it doesn't use black magic. I don't remember what it uses. I think it's lasers. I think this is based on the National Fusion Labs design. Biggest laser cannon ever. Now, for those who are wondering, those are also radiators. And that is Space Cat telling me she wants attention. Come in here, kitty, if you want it. Yeah, I know you want some attention. I have no idea if these landing gear are even going to be able to hold that weight. That's a $1.3 million power plant. Ow! Come here. She's our co-pilot. She is our green mascot. She is the Space Kitty. And she likes to yell for attention when Mama is asleep and Dad is the only one awake and not listening to her. Come here, Clip. Okay, so first test. Does it tip over? Answer, no, it does not. Second test. Does the landing gear break? No. Are the reactors running? Yes. Interesting. Doesn't appear to actually be running. Oh, we forgot to stick a generator on it, I think. Meow. What is it, Space Cat? I don't think that's going to make a difference, but we'll see. Hey, Di, if you think that reactor's bad, imagine what the IR laser attached to it could do. That's a death ray if you don't use it as a peaceful power delivery system. 5 gigawatt infrared beam? There's very little that you could not melt with that. All right, we've got our reactors running. I got a funny feeling our output may be limited. Eight megawatt laser. Yep, see, 8 megawatt watt of power. That is one massive laser beam. Reactor plasma heating cannot be guaranteed. Reducing power requirements is recommended. How can it not be guaranteed? You have two reactors on top of each other producing 16 megawatts total. You've got plenty of power. There we go. It shut itself off finally, whatever that silly alert was. Alright, let's see if we can get this thing back in the position we originally had it in. This is going to be the fun part. We're going to go ahead and retract these panels. Getting it back up on that hill and getting it to stay stable is going to be just about impossible. Actually, pretty stable. Yeah, I already checked that. I actually turned it off on the microwave transmitter temporarily because, well, we're in motion, and those panels can be fragile when they're deployed. The only thing we have to be careful about is there are parts of the mountain that come up and rise, and it can make contact with the belly, where it's got such an extended distance between the legs. We just have to be careful about where we have this thing walk to. I might should put a second set of landing gear near the middle to make sure that it always had contact to lift it properly. In other words, a ground collision prevention system. Yes, almost certainly could T. I'd have to use a couple of very large either carbonite or orange tanks, but it could be done. This is for the west approach. The place I've been placing it has actually really good visibility over the entire Space Center. Oh, good grief. Stop wobbling. Make me nervous when you wobble. There's this nice little flat spot that I want to go to. No, of course not. I'm just going hill climbing. This isn't really a mountain, it's just a small hill. This small hill happens to have a flat catch. The two flat catches that you can potentially settle on. I think this one is our best bet. Careful, machine, careful. Do not fall over. Now we're going to let gravity do its thing and pull this thing back against the mountain. Right there. Then we're going to swap out gear time. Oh, it really doesn't like the weight of this craft. That's flatter. I need to go up there. I think it's telling me it's stuck. Did that stop it? Looks like that stopped it. There's only one problem with this position. Can't really see the center like I want. I don't think we have enough thrust to get this thing out of here. Let's revert to launch. I need to put it up on the pad higher because that's not flat enough. Get the tow truck out. pull it out, put it back in. All right, let's try this one more time. You don't see how it could be coming short on atmosphere. About 116 total intake. All right, radiator bouncing around like I better stabilize that. Like the reactors are still getting up to speed. I think the stellarator requires a relatively high initial power input, which is why it takes a while for it to spin up. Because fusion requires ignition. Tomahawk will kind of ignite itself. But stellarator will not. Hey, they're not meant to be used inside of atmospheres, part of the problem. You also need a lot of radiators for those. Oh, good lord, it just bounced. Oh, good lord, it just broke. Oh, good grief. Rip. That's what I get for being careless. Let's structurally reinforce that. I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of structural reinforcement we can do for that. Facium face. Thank you for the follow. Well, it's not autostrad for one thing. And just to make sure, Let's stiffen this thing up just a little. Oops. Now let's see you wiggle. Yeah, it's fine. It's radiating more than enough heat. Besides that, it's got the thermoelectric generators, which also consume heat. I didn't expect that fusion reactor to detach like that and simply slide off. That was weird. Yeah, there's some stuff in red, but it'll catch on once the reactor kicks in. Takes a while for them to spin up. I think the lower fusion mode has less of an input requirement. I'm going to stick it on that, and then when it catches fire, I can turn it on to the higher ignition mode. Yeah, and operating the fusion reactor while I'm driving it. Think that's any safer than texting and driving? Hey T, welcome back. So far, no signs the reactor's going to fall off again. Well, when you have a wheelbase this wide, it's very difficult to really wreck it. I call it, I don't know, foolproofing driving. The only thing you can really break it on is rough terrain. This is getting kind of weird. Earlier, the reactors automatically kicked on their own. They're taking their glorious time now for some reason. You just got to be very respectful of it, Stevie. Not do what I did earlier and just look away and not care about where you're going. Things happen. Bad things happen when you do not look where you're going. Next question, where's the flat spot? It's hard to tell from... all this terrain looks the same. Getting up this hill is the hardest part right here. The engines barely have enough power. I might have to put another couple of Weasleys on here. We can get it to stop. This is the spot we want. Well, crud. This might still work if we can get it to stop. Nope, this isn't looking good at all. Alright, we'll have to make another attempt. The brakes just did not break it in time. I wonder if let me up the brake strength on these. Oh, good grief. Keeps going over the side no matter what I do. I think I'm aiming for the wrong spot anyway. This might be it. Come on, get flat. Get flat. Stop. Good laser. Success. Now the question is, are the reactors actually working like they're supposed to yet? I think the problem is that we actually have to draw the power. There we are. Now we're drawing the power. A lot of beam power is dropping on that. And dropping on this too. But if I deactivate one, the other goes up. Oh, and that's why. If I try to use both at the same time, it overpowers the reactor. So I'm going to have to make two separate stations, one for the infrared and one for the microwave, separate, because if I put them together, they will overwhelm the fusion reactors. Physics doesn't like it either. Alright, Space Center. It's still a lot more powerful than anything we've had before. Just for curiosity's sake, I want to perform a radiator or a thermal ramjet test and just see how much power it'll crank out now. Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. What I may do is just make a much simpler version which just has a stellarator and a infrared, and then a second one that has a stellarator and a microwave. It'll take two craft that way, but might be worth it. I'll probably leave the microwave on the heel and put the infrared out to sea, because if you do it that way, the microwave provides electrical power. Typically you want electrical power to things in space. So you don't, as long as you have a satellite network to relay it, no biggie. The infrared you want for launches. And for space planes like this one. And who is that? Let's see. It's the Poseidon. Thank you very much for the follow. Oxidizer to fly off. What happened? That is weird. For some reason, it changed the tanks on me. I'll have to fix that right quick. Probably when I was changing out what system I was using for fuel control. I went from using, I think it was modular fuel tanks, to using configurable containers. And there we go. We got all our liquid fuel and oxygen back. Space Cat has finally gone to sleep in the corner. Such a cute little kitty. Come on, kick in. What are you trying to do, aircraft? I think it's stalling out. Okay, that's not going to work. Not getting enough to. The ramjet is a lot weaker than the turbojet at low altitudes. It takes a lot more to get it going. I'm going to try out the turbojet right quick and see if it performs better. But we are making progress. Originally, this thing even had trouble getting off the ground because we were literally only getting kilowatts for its thrust. Now, if we can get this thing into orbit, it has enough delta V to go for ages using the plasma engines. Problem is getting it into orbit. Yeah, tours indeed. All right, let's try this new engine out. See, this thing just comes right to life. Give it a helping hand off the runway here. And who did we have with that follow? Let's see. That was Umbra Main 666 and Rocky 11 and Piecrust 3413. Thank you all for your follows. Also Red Fox 203, which I appear to have missed, and Lumba Jackie. Wow, we're getting tons of follows tonight. I've just been so concentrated on the craft, I haven't been able to keep up with them. Yeah, still cannot quite. STO. That would be reentry heat, Guilty. I'm traveling so fast within the atmosphere that it's superheating. It's also receiving beamed power from a power station that's putting out about 6 megawatts of power. Still getting some thrust from it. Yeah, it is kind of like wireless charging at a very, very long range. This is not going to make orbit. Not yet. Still not quite enough beamed power and not quite enough power stations. You know, a single relay satellite will probably help a good chunk of this. Alright, so we know that this thing is getting close. Problem is that it's losing power as it gets farther and farther away from the station, and also at a bad angle. The solution to that is to build a relay station. We have a mission for a charosynchronous orbit satellite, so we're going to try to build our first relay satellite, dedicated purposely to relaying power from the ground to a target vehicle. So we're going to go ahead and leave the spaceplane hangar for now. Head over to VAB. That's going to be my first beamed satellite too, so I can probably make mistakes on this one as well. Dig, if you're there, have you built a relay satellite yet? Alright, the good news is when it comes to these satellites is we got one of the new probe cores, which allows us multi-axis navigation. Toss on a downscale supercapacitor. Yep, one to receive, one to transmit. Now I have Infernal Robotics, I just need to find out where the parts are at for it. I remember one of those parts was up here. This is a Rotatron. In my understanding, the Rotatron is supposed to make it so that you can rotate things, face whatever direction you want. No, the reactor should just pick it up and relay it. I mean, the relay should just pick it up and relay it. I'm going to use something like this. Whoa. Transceiver. Relaying microwave beam power. That would be good to put on the bottom of the satellite. So that would receive the power, then you need something to retransmit it. Steam generators. Excuse me. In theory, Death Ray written right on the side of it. Now, in theory, this receives, that sends. And you point this towards the celestial pole, and then this thing could fire down that way and that way. Doesn't really tell you the range of motion on this thing, though. Definitely a turret, but doesn't tell you the range of motion on it. We'll test it out and see how it works. Now, this thing may need to maneuver at some point, so we better give it a little bit of thrust and, you know what, it may be best that way it can receive power from anywhere on the ground, then fire it back to the ground. Inverted laser. Yep, it's got a full range of motion. We're good. It can shoot whatever it needs to. Does it need directly connected to a reactor? Doesn't say it needs to be. Alright, we can try that out and see how that works. Now I'm going to put a staging decoupler on the top after we assign it a little bit of maneuvers. See. That, and we'll need some fuel tank. Too small. Just right. And just on the off chance it does happen to lose power for some reason, we'll toss a couple of solar cells on. And then finally a stage separator. The weight is not very high. I have a subassembly that should fit right on. Huh? What'd you do? There we go. Okay, this is going to have to be a lot bigger. I'm not sure that's going to fit. There we go. Wow, that's a unique payload. This is a simulation. We do not know how this craft is going to perform, so this is a first-time test modeling of the craft. This mission will be reverted once we confirm the results of the test, whether successful or not. We're simply testing the parts out to see if they work in this configuration. Take care, Doc. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, this is not going well already. We obviously are going to need something bigger. Turbidine, or are you? £3,000 of thrust. What is that equivalent to? As big as one of our KSP-IE motors. Rhino. Yep. Big as a Turbidine motor. Slightly larger, actually. This is as cheap as a Turbidine, though. This craft is kind of high priced. 25,000 versus 60. Oh yeah, Turbidine's definitely cheaper. I think most of the cost is up here though. We'll go 4 basic SRBs on the side. Alright, let's give it a try. You know, I wish KSPIE included a contract pack to go with it to make you build the power network. That would be so useful as guidance on how to actually develop your network properly. Now, it is normal that it's firing near the ground, but we can have the control from somewhere else. Maybe not. Just have to remember that everything's vertical. And that engine was supposed to be staged. What happened? Alright, we're going to revert because that engine didn't stage correctly and it's still drifting. And that follow was GamerBoy228. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. We are currently in engineering mode trying to perfect a craft to deliver this oversized satellite into orbit. Unfortunately, the aerodynamics is not helping. It is a huge vehicle. Take care, Jade. Thanks for lurking. Alright, so we're going to try to aerodynamically stabilize this. And it's clear that it doesn't want to fly straight without some assistance. Well, let's see if we can get that fairing to go all the way over that that laser cannon. I'm wondering if that laser might actually be throwing it off. There we go. Most people hate fins on rockets, but in this case it might be needed to get the job done. We have a very awkward payload. Take care, Jade. Have a good night. So this will be test number 2 or 3. I can't remember which. Alright, we have liftoff. And it still wants to tilt for no apparent reason. Can't tell what's causing it to flip. Other than the weird shape of the payload. The mass isn't off balance. Lift isn't off balance. Where is the structural supports? There we are, all the way at the bottom of the list. 4, 3, 2, 1, and ignition. Why in the world is it wanting to do this? Keeps wanting to go straight to nose down. I mean, I've got not got it on prograde, I've got it on maintain, and it's still flipping. Like it's got its own brain. Don't know if this will help any. Worth a try, though. You know what? Why am I launching this satellite? I might be able to build it in space. Because I need to be able to recover it in case it don't work. This is a test. You know, if it works, I will just build it at the starbase. It'll save us the headache of having to launch, having the launch cost. Build it at the orbital station rather than worrying about building it here. We're going to need some version of stronger control on the nose to keep it from going all over the place. Revisit the fairing, see if there's anything at all we can do to reshape it. Hopefully that'll help. That looks a little leaner, meaner. Come on, load it up. You can do it, Kerbals. Get that thing on the pad. Looking better. Nope. Still acting like it's nuts. Why would it be doing that? Other than the fact the payload is massive. It keeps drifting off center of gravity and just flipping over. We even got SAS on, still having the same problem. I have a place to fly from. Who do we have no follow from here? That is B. Jose 53 now following. Thank you very much, Jose. Never realized we'd have so much trouble getting this payload into orbit. May have to use a wider lift body. This may just not be cutting it. Any suggestions here, Teague? Whoa, what happened? Why didn't it didn't mirror all the boosters for some reason, nor did it apparently anchor the parts to heavy. How weird. Just broke off the booster and fail. You're killing me, Kerbals. Taking away four-way mirroring without letting me know. That's weird because I thought whenever you attach an object to like something that's already four-way mirrored, by default it would jump to four-way mirroring, but apparently not that time. I don't know why Kerbal hates loading his craft so much. It's not exactly the highest part count craft. Ah, because the memory leak caught up to us. And we have crashed. Okay, reloading Kerbals, folks. This will just take a couple of minutes. The memory leak finally caught up to us. That happens after about 2 to 3 hours, depending on how many times you have to change screens. Just inherit to KSP. I'm not sure. I mean, I know they improved it a lot since prior versions, but it still remains. It'll be just a few minutes while we reload Kerbals. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's currently watching. Loopy Dragon, Teague, as in Short Bus, Fake Went, John Zwack, Monkey Luffy 818, Patrick 42H, Seju, and the Dingus 72. Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. While we're waiting for it to load, I'm going to grab another drink. Once we get reloaded, I think I want to check the collision indicators on that craft to see where exactly the gliders are, because I'm kind of concerned maybe there's a piece of the payload that's sticking out that we don't see that's causing it to be aerodynamically unsound. And it is aligning planets. So, what's everybody up to? Anything interesting? Or am I the only one here not lurking? Lurk, 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 lurk. And here goes the module. Almost done. For those of you wanting the list of current mods, there's the list. I may actually save this as a highlight one day, just the load screen with me scrolling through the list, and then call it mod list. Then that way people have a reference for what mods I'm using. Getting back to being up and running. Almost done reloading. Yeah, I've actually visited Grace. Matter of fact, we'll probably be putting one of our space stations at Grace because it's a great place for one. One of those atmosphereless bodies that has a good chunk of ore and it's easy to get to and from. Dipping Boxing 5, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Staring hard at that Mark III cockpit. Load. It's time. Thinking really hard about that Mark III cockpit. Hey, here comes the load screen, finally. The bane of mods. Alright, let's go ahead and reload that craft. And see if, I want to check and see if the alignment may be off on its stacking in the fairing. That's the only thing I can think of that can cause it to be off center and flipping like it's been doing. Try it again. What they say, you try something 1,000 times, you only need to get it right once. If this doesn't work, we'll try upgrading the body all the way up to the top as a Herbidine stage. Still acting very bizarre. And this time it's barely wobbling at all. How very weird. I'm guessing there's something about the control of the advanced satellite that was making it behave strangely just because it was pointed toward the ground. It wasn't holding position correctly. Okay, this won't work with the Kerbin mission, that adaptation. Something else might have to do when it do launch the satellite. Rather than just doing it like this one. Looking good. Uh-oh. So why does this say it's not linked for relay? Alright, so we're going to need a source of power for this. At least for on the way up. And we have Dominic 2399 with a follow. Thank you very much. I guess I better not put it into the cryoplasma burn mode for too long. At least until we link it with something, because it's not able to generate power without a link. Thank you, J3 Bispack. Yeah, I noticed that. Alright, so first thing we need to do is make sure that the probe core is in control when we launch, because satellite does not like flying this thing up. Who's good from the pad? I can't believe that's all it was. Just that the satellite, simply where it's in an upside down position, simply can't control the craft at launch. Even if you just set it on stable and ask it to aim straight up. Bearing deployed safely. Activating receiver. And it's still acting like it's not getting power for some very bizarre reason. So we need to go to 28633 kilometers. That will be for ball synchronous orbit. That was just a little too far. and just very slowly easing the craft into the Kerbal synchronous orbit. Well, it's supposed to be an infrared energy beam relay. I've never used it before. I think I've got the components right, but I'm trying to figure out how to get them all linked together. What I'm thinking I'm going to have to do is turn on the microwave transmitter. I'm suspecting the infrared, the short range infrared, may not have the range, or the long wave infrared may not have the range to reach up here. That or it's turned off, which is what I'm about to check. Now I just turned on the microwave transmitter and turned off the infrared to see if it will pick it up. The infrared obviously is not reaching orbit. And yes, we are receiving power now. And that was Egar540 with the follow. Thank you. And Dominic2399 has also followed. Thank you both. Hey, Bama. Working on some beam satellite arrays. Beam power. Trying to get this one into geosynchronous orbit above the Space Center so it can relay the power stream from the power reactor just outside of it. And we're getting there. We're almost there. Great, 63.3 kilometers is geostationary on Kerbin. We almost got it, getting very close to it. Requires very precise maneuvering. Excuse me. Very close. Oh, we're at the periapsis. That's why it's not coming down. Alright, now I just gotta go and make it the same on the other side. Keep staying directly in line. How you doing, Bama, by the way? Alright, I forgot our satellite was inverted. Close enough. That's almost perfect. No, this is the same. This isn't a sandbox. This is a career. Got a budget. Okay, so we now need to point this satellite towards Kerbin. We're going to turn on stability assist, and we are going to make use of persistent rotation. And we're going to set a reference body to Power Station 2. Now watch what happens when we accelerate time. Stays pointed exactly at it. Alright, we can take this body. We can return it to Kerbin. And this thing will effectively fall straight down, straight to Kerbin. Yes, all the mods got updated, so this is the original career. Ah. There's what we want. Or is there a decoupler there? There does not need to be a decoupler on this. We'll have to fix that in the shop. Why are they facing the wrong direction? All these things had a full 360-degree pivot. Like the station cut out on us. Not broadcasting for some reason. See if that amplifies the power reception. Going to a slightly different band. There we go. I have to aim it sideways. Keep it persistently sideways relative to curving. Oh, we're building megajoules. If I do electric, it builds quickly. I only get 2.25 megawatts in beam power. Go back to the planet's surface and go back to the other band and see if it improves anything. I might need to orbit a stellarator with a microwave antenna. That or wait to get microfusion. We now have Liz Onak following. Thank you very much, Liz. What I need to do is a truck that has like 5 or 6 stellarators stacked in a row, all powering one microwave. Then I could really get some power going. All right, let's see if that made any impact changing the band. The less absorption band has any impact on the actual satellite. Yep, we're up to much more with kilowatts. Most of our power is coming from solar power. It's not actually coming from the ground. Hmm. Need to figure out which microwave is strongest at this altitude at 3 million meters. Broadcast strength. We have Baby Yakko now on board. Thank you very much for that follow. We may just simply not have enough efficiency for that for this to get full power yet. So let's go to Space Center and take a look at something else. At least we know we have a start to a power system. All right, first off, where are we at, Kerbal Alarm Clock? Oh, one of our builds is almost done in 4 hours and 36 minutes. Let's go to our space station and wait for it to get completed. Hey Bum, are you still there? Well, if you are, I got a treat for you. We have orbital dockyards now. Matter of fact, I've got 3 craft in production at them. Yep, we're about to look at the one at Kerbin right now. So this one will have a new piece done in 2 hours. We're going to go ahead and time accelerate to that. No, 4 hours. Looks like we meant to do that from the Space Center because this thing's too low in orbit. I may have to move it to a higher orbit because not being able to do like times whatever to get your time to pass is not a good thing. First things though, where is the rescue station? Alright, we need to have rescue station rendezvous with the primary station that we first created and rescue its crew because we're going to retire that station. Now, the fun part about this thing is that it has very out-of-date navigation systems. trying to intercept with the old station that we want to retire. So we're going to take the crew and transfer it to the new station. All right, we have a rendezvous. All right, we need to start braking. There it is, going right past us. I am not sure we're going to make it to that station. That was a lot of burn to try to catch it. Fortunately, once we dock there, we can refuel. We've got tons of fuel on board. We might leave it there just empty so the craft can stop and dock and take whatever fuel remains and proceed on to wherever they're going till it's empty. I mean, we have tons of monopropellant, so if we can just get close, we'll be good. That'll be good enough. won't need enough to slow down, so. Just to render range. Alright, we've gotten pretty close. I should be able to manually navigate in with the monopropellant if all else fails. Alright, we need to find a suitable docking port. This is a junior. I guess is the one closest to us will be the first junior that we ran into. Alright, so now all I have to do is turn to face it. And we need to slow down a little. We're approaching really fast. There we go. This is a much more casual approach. Alright, we are in good docking range. And we just got to set rotation. Align the ports. Looking good. Switching to docking mode. Now, if you're wondering why I'm having to make continual adjustments spacing, it's because this station is actually pegged to stay stationary relative to Kerbin. Which means it's constantly rotating. Makes for a great challenge for docking because you have to account for the rotation of the station. Kind of like an Interstellar. I think it's fun. We are coming straight in. And we have a slight kiss, and it's settling. Bingo. Alright, Recovery and Rescue has docked with the station. And we have another follow. Thank you. SELSP. I think that's what it said. Let me here on the other screen. Yasio 15PL, that's what it was. We also got a follow by M. Arasani, didn't show up for some reason. And Baby Yakko. Amara Sunny was 15 minutes ago. Appreciate that, both of you. Alright, now that we are recharged on fuel here, apparently we can't take all data on this. It looks like we'll have to just leave them there until they finish the current load of science. In the meantime, we're going to rename this station to the retired station so we don't keep sending data there. But the good news is, while we're here, we can fast forward time. We will do that until the launch pad is able to launch the new assembly vehicle at the dockyard. Alright, you watching, Bomba? Because we're about to deploy it. Not that one. This one. Wait a second. Not that one. Not that one. Ooh, it's the one around the moon. The lunar dockyard's finished. Or is it? Oh, the timer was wrong. Still has a day and 3 hours to go. What a bummer. Let's go back to the station and we will times whatever it is to get through an hour. Go back to the Space Center. We'll have 2 ships then at the same time. All right, we need to go to hour 5 and we will be ready to produce our craft. Oh wait, it's a day away. All right, all done. We'll jump back to the station now and we'll be able to pop those craft out. 2 of them. One is meant to stay as a tug at this station and the other one is to fly to Duna and serve as its tug. All right, so both of these are ready. We're going to undock each one at a time and move it to a docking port that's appropriate. Actually, the second one we're just going to fly off the Minmus. All right, so finalize build, and there it is. Now it's connected to the station. See it? And then we're going to release it. And now it's its own individual craft. First thing we're going to do is retract these gears. They don't need to be out right now. Now this thing has a junior, and there is a junior directly below this docking port. So we're going to set this to target. And since down is south, ooh, careful. Careful, buggy. But when actually we can, we're using the station to maneuver in position. That's kind of funny. why is it? Oh, it's in rotate mode. Alright, there we are. Alright, we're going to very gently ease to the right here. Our alignments are way off, but magnetism's taking over. Alright, we're going to get to a north normal position relative to the dock. Center our nose relative to the dock. Go back into docking mode. Start controlling our momentum. Whoa. Very gently. This thing likes to maneuver. And bingo. Right, and then we'll finalize the second one. But not release it quite yet. First thing I want to do is go over here and shut down all these engines so they don't accidentally engage. Actually, I think I set a toggle to that. That one is fully shut down for the moment. Where is this engine at? That's that cluster at the bottom. Those should be off too. There, all engines on the station are shut down, so it's not going to knock it out of orbit. Alright, number 2. Release. And find Minimus. I'll just move away from the station. Encounter amendments, we're going to make a couple of adjustments. So we will fast forward to the ascending node here. I got all of our solar panels extended for the long run to Minmus. All right, then we can go prograde. And where is the best spot to burn from? Since it's there, it's going to be from about here. Hello, zoom in, please. Not that fast. You get. Now, once we hit this position, we should just be able to burn prograde and make encounter. And there we go. We have encounter with Minmus. More important question. All right, on Minmus pause. What we want to do is we want to rendezvous with the station here. That station is set at 100 kilometers on a west to east orbit. do calibration, see if we can improve our approach here. Perfect. Oh my. Looks like I am going to need to do some thrust limitation. God, that. I remember not to use RCS to turn because it would throw the craft way off. No, 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 no. It did not cut in time. I hate that. Saw an intersect too. Right there. Distance less than 15,000 kilometers. That's about as good as it's going to get. Okay, so we need to warp to and as soon as I start time warping, it changes the orbit. Ooh, we're approaching a maneuver. So many things happening at the same time. This is crazy. This maneuver has to be exact. I love them too. So efficient, they're amazing. All right, let's check the orbit of Eve and see if we hit this. All right, this is going to need to be fine-tuned. So to do that, I'm going to cut out all engines but one and cut the thrust limitation. Actually, we can't. We'll have to limit all engines. We can't cut them all out because there's no central engine. Objective is 90,000 meters. That should do. I'll take 155. Next stop, periapsis. And that will be a while. Something seems wrong about that. $30 to travel to dinner, or to eat to Minmus just doesn't seem right. Maybe it is right. No, it's not right. Come on. I would like to focus my view, please. What the heck? Why is it letting me focus my view? This is weird. We'll add an SOI change instead then. That sounds more correct. However, we've got a maneuver coming up for a tourist lander as well. That one is much closer. I think all we have to do with what's the crew that's on board is simply orbit. Yep, orbit around Minmus. Hello, Minmus. Thank you, Logan Williams 707 for the follow. Hope you enjoyed the show. And there we go. We have completed yet another tourist mission. All right, on we go. All right, these guys are ready to return home. All right, 10 days till they have to counterburn to prevent from incinerating themselves. Well, folks, we've got a lot of missions that are in progress, and many of them are about to wrap up. Some of them are just beginning. So, still quite a bit to do in this campaign. A lot of science to collect too tomorrow. We have spent quite a few days in space now. So, I'll be wrapping up the stream tonight. It's getting pretty late for me. Got to get up in about 6 to 7 hours. So appreciate you hanging out with me. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. Looks like Raxor 30 is currently streaming Kerbal Space Program, so we will send you guys his way. He auto-hosts me time to time, so I guess we can return the favor. And just when you get there, tell them Maelstrom Vortex sent you, and it's a dragon raid. Posting link address for the raid in the stream now. And have a good night, everyone.